trying to get Eric in his favor. Once Kevin Gates saw that, he decided to crash out on Eric.
I don't think he right for Erica. I seen him talking to another, and they went upstairs. And what? Stop jumping in front. Stop jumping in front of my. Help me get this. You don't hurt me from getting this. Oh, if you would have walked off, I'd have been like, I ain't never seen my partner this happy. Whatever you doing, sweetie, just keep it up. You know what I'm saying? He really you. You're doing all this out behind a whole with kids.
Aaron the Plumber replied to that.
I'm like rocking to a lot with Castor. It's your Bradesky, Aaron the Plumber, Kevin Gates. I've seen your video. All I can say is, I just try to be an entertainer. Same way you entertain on the internet, I try to entertain. I try to change the perception of these women. A lot of women didn't like me from Pop the Balloon. I was just trying to show that I stand on business behind my woman. Just because she's a single mother, that doesn't mean she's not qualified. Single mothers are qualified for me. I know most men don't like single mothers, but it is what it is,
Kevin Gates, realizing that it was Ramadan and Aaron the Plumber was also Muslim, responded nicely and talked about single motherhood in his own right.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm talking to Aaron. I got your message. I got your video, brother. I did not know that you was Muslim. I pray that you find it in your heart to forgive me if I was offensive. But I think what I said was misinterpreted. What I was saying is I want for my brother what I want for myself. What I was saying is I'm never going to get in nobody or interfere with nobody from having a way with a beautiful woman. That's like if I see that the woman wants you or the woman wants somebody else and don't want me, that she didn't choose me, so may the best man win. I'm not going to jump in front of that and try to stop that from happening. And then as far as what you said about the woman with kids, I don't have a problem with a woman with kids. I'll take a woman with 3, 4, 5 kids. I'm not tripping on that. They our kids now. But that's not my first prayer to God. I didn't say, God, please bless me with a beautiful woman that got children. That's not mine.
In that clip, he talked about the fact that he don't mind having a lady that has kids, but he's not asking Allah to send somebody with kids. That's not his first prayer, because Kevin Gates would probably want to deal with a woman that didn't have kids. That's interesting because we'll need that information later on. Now, fast forward. Now, as we know, Britney Renner pulled up to DDG stream with guess who? It was with Kevin Gates. And that's interesting because, well, they do have a little bit of a history. And remember when Britney Renner saw Kevin Gates and finally met him, it was a lot of sexual tension.
Hi everyone, my name is Britney Renner and I'm here with the one and only Kevin Gates. How you feeling?
Amazing. Hey, thank you. Like this, I don't care if you get this on camera. I just want to say thank you for being an amazing person, always living in your truth. You inspire others silently. They probably don't want to admit it, but you inspire me. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Let me tell you something. So my first Rolling Loud I did in 2019 is when I first saw you. And you were actually, Will and I worked together, and you were the only person that I wanted to see the entire festival. And today in 2022, it still rings. You're the only person I wanted to see.
Did you like what you saw?
I actually loved it. I actually love what I'm seeing now.
Britney Renner would go on to be in Kevin Gates' videos or music videos. They would hang out. They would be seen together. But it's interesting because Kevin Gates was married to Drika, and I believe is still legally married to Drika, although Drika Gates, his wife, is not following him right now on Instagram. We also saw the two of them hanging out in the car, singing and stuff, and enjoying each other's time. But this clip takes the bait.
They about to read me a bit on one of my favorite little books. So, just pick any word. Read me the subtitle. I just like how your voice sounds reading the words.
This thing is a mess.
That's how you tell some bitch more. So
That's how you wait.
I ain't say that, babe.
But go
Are you
ahead.
wet?
What's taking so long, man? I'm
Oh,
trying
you trying to see if I can read for real?
Please.
Dang, I'm a good ass reader.
Let me hear.
When I was in school,
Okay. Why you ain't saying that right now?
because I'm trying to see where it starts.
Come on, I'm paying attention.
The single most important practice in Stoic philosophy. Did I say that wrong?
You stoic.
How you say it? Say it.
Stoic.
Now, mind you, I believe in the car they might have been holding hands and stuff like this, but they're laying in the bed, they are reading, and Britney Renner, who's supposed to be a Muslim woman, should not be having Kevin Gates in the same bed as her, but it's okay. I understand they're both celebrities, so the rules can be probably bent because they're both black. But if we go back to that initial interview, you can see that Britney Renner was enamored with Kevin Gates, okay? And she was so excited. She loved what she saw, and she was infatuated with this man. And she's always been infatuated with this man. So what does that really tell us, guys? Well, Britney Renner may be a great Muslim lady for everybody else. She might not want to date anybody else or be a second wife to anybody else or even be promiscuous with everybody else. But that doesn't mean he won't be promiscuous to Kevin Gates. Because to Kevin Gates, it doesn't matter if she's a Muslim. It doesn't matter if she's a Christian. When it's Kevin Gates, she's going to give up those cheeks. What the Bible says? You guys need to understand, this is how it's going to be for a lot of ladies you come across. Not everyone. We don't want to say everybody, but it would be a lot. Because there's always one person who has access. Storytime music! There was this chick that was a really devout Christian that I liked. I'm talking about she is bad. Not was bad, still is bad. Stupid fat booty, feminine, beautiful. I mean, just gorgeous. I could not get the first base with this chick at all. Me and every other guy in Africa, right? They got a chance. But the past, always have a chance. You would see that she would post him, she would post his ministry, she would post everything else. And the guy wasn't like exceptionally rich or exceptionally, I would say maybe handsome or whatever like that. And this is a normal guy. But the reality was that he had her ear. So to the rest of the people that she wasn't interested in, there was no way that anybody else could get that box. But for that pastor, what the Bible says? He was able to get those cheeks and everything else, even her tithing money. And this is kind of what I want guys to understand when you're dealing with ladies and they have some sort of boundaries or certain sort of rules. A lot of ladies might hit a guy with something like the 90-day rule, or I'm not doing this until marriage. And I'm not saying that that can't happen for a lot of ladies, or, that might not be the truth. But the reality is there's always a guy that don't have to follow those rules. Sometimes it's you. Sometimes you don't have to follow those rules. A lot of times you do have to follow those rules. And if they like you a lot, they will bend those rules for you, and you'll be able to do that, and they'll go ahead and they'll live their normal life in hypocrisy as if nothing is happening. You mean to tell me that if Kevin Gates wanted to clap Britney Renner's cheeks, he could not? She would say, oh no, we can't do this because I'm Muslim. Wrong. She probably wouldn't do that. She's probably very attracted to the guy, and they've probably done that before. So what would be the reason why she wouldn't do it now? And if Kevin Gates is still legally married, then Britney Renner is committing a sin because she's dealing with a man that's married. But it don't matter when you're exceptionally attracted to a person. You will go ahead on and break those rules and let him get off in those cheeks. Well, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, Shady Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
America, predicting the outcome of the big game just got a whole lot more interesting. Because with Crypto.com Sports, you can make your prediction.
The room falls silent. Not the uncomfortable kind of silence, but the kind that speaks volumes. The kind that tells you something extraordinary is about What if I told you that the very thing holding you back isn't your circumstances, your background, or even your mistakes? What if I told you that your greatest enemy lies between your own 2 ears? Let that sink in. Sink in for a moment. All the times you've pointed fingers at others for your setbacks. All the times you've explained away your shortcomings with carefully crafted excuses. But here's the truth that's going to shake you to your core. Every time you complain, you surrender your power. Every time you explain, you give away your authority. These two simple actions, complaining and explaining, are slowly but surely eating away at your destiny like termites in the foundation of a magnificent house. You see, complaining is not just words leaving your mouth. It's your future slipping through your fingers. When you complain, you're telling the universe, I am a victim. And the universe responds accordingly. It's like carrying a sign that says, life, please don't take me seriously. I'd rather whine than win. Think about the last time you complained. Maybe it was about the traffic this morning. Maybe it was about your colleague who always seems to get the recognition you deserve. Maybe it was about how life isn't fair. Now ask yourself, did that complaint move you 1 inch closer to your goals? Did it solve any problems? Did it make you stronger, better, or more capable? The answer is a resounding no. Instead, it drained your energy. It shifted your focus from solutions to problems. It transformed you from a creator into a critic. And critics, my friend, don't change the world. They just comment on it from the sidelines. But that's only half the story. Let's talk about explaining. Oh, how we love to explain ourselves. We've become masters at crafting elaborate explanations for why we couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't. We explain why we're late, why we're not ready, why we haven't started that business, written that book, or pursued that dream. I would have done it, but these words should send shivers down your spine. They're the words of someone who has already decided to fail. They're the words of someone who values other people's understanding more than their own success. Here's a truth bomb for you. Great achievers don't explain their process while they're in it. They're too busy doing the work. They understand that energy spent explaining is energy not spent achieving. Every minute you spend justifying your position is a minute you could have spent improving it. You might be thinking, but isn't it important to communicate, to help others understand our situation? Yes, communication is vital.
It's here! This is it! The federal government just come out with some new regulations that allows you to buy real estate with less money down there.
Vital. But there's a world of difference between communicating facts and making excuses, between sharing information and seeking validation. Let me share something with you that might change your life forever. The most successful people in the world have mastered the art of silent progress. They don't announce their plans. They reveal their achievements. They don't explain their method. They demonstrate their results. They don't complain about obstacles. They quietly find ways around them. Think about a tree growing in the forest. Does it complain about the shade from larger trees? Does it explain why it's growing slower than others? No. It simply grows. It finds the light where it can. It sends its roots deeper. It adapts and evolves without a single word of complaint or explanation. You are that tree. Your potential is encoded in your DNA just as surely as a mighty oak's potential is encoded in an acorn. But here's the difference. You have choice. You can choose to stop the behaviors that are stunting your growth. From this moment forward, I want you to make a decision. A decision so powerful it will ripple through every aspect of your life. Decide that you will no longer be a person who complains. Decide that you will no longer be a person who explains away their potential. Instead of complaining about what's wrong, ask yourself, what can I do right now to make this better? Instead of explaining why you can't, ask yourself, how can I? These questions will transform your life because they transform your focus. When you catch yourself about to complain, stop. Take that energy and convert it into action. When you feel the urge to explain your shortcomings, pause. Take that energy and channel it into improvement. The world doesn't need your complaints. It needs your contributions. The world doesn't need your explanations. It needs your excellence. You see, every time you choose not to complain, you choose to take responsibility. Every time you resist the urge to explain, you choose to take action. These choices might seem small in the moment, but they compound over time. They build a foundation of personal power that nothing can shake. Consider advancement. In human history came from people who refused to complain about the status quo and instead changed it. Every breakthrough came from individuals who didn't explain why something couldn't be done. They simply did it. Your life is no different. Your dreams are no less significant. Your potential is no less vast. But to realize that potential, you must first break free from these two habits that are keeping you small. Some of you might be shifting uncomfortably in your seats right now. You're thinking, but you don't understand my situation. You don't know what I've been through. And you're right. I don't. But what I do understand is the universal law that governs all human achievement. Your life moves in the direction of your strongest thoughts. When you complain, you're not just expressing dissatisfaction. You're programming your mind for failure. Every complaint is like typing a negative command into the most powerful computer ever created, your subconscious mind. And that computer will execute those commands with frightening efficiency. Let me tell you something that might shock you. Your complaints have become your comfort zone. Yes, you heard that right. Complaining feels good because it gives you a sense of righteousness. It lets you feel like you're doing something about your problems without actually having to solve them. It's like scratching an itch, temporarily satisfying, but ultimately making the irritation worse. And those explanations you're so fond of, they're not protecting your reputation. They're preserving your limitations. Every time you explain why you couldn't achieve something, you're reinforcing the belief that you're not capable. You're building your own prison, brick by brick, explanation by explanation. Think about the last major breakthrough in your life. Did it come after a lengthy explanation of why things were difficult? Or did it come when you finally stopped explaining and started acting? I can tell you with absolute certainty, transformation begins when explanation ends. You see, there's a fundamental truth that most people never grasp. The universe doesn't require your explanation to grant you success. Success isn't a courtroom where you have to prove your case. It's a laboratory where only results matter. Let me share something profound with you. In nature, the lion doesn't explain why it hasn't caught its prey. It simply keeps hunting until it succeeds. The eagle doesn't complain about the strong winds. It uses them to soar higher. This is the wisdom of the natural world. And it's available to you right now. But I know what some of you are thinking. You're thinking about all the injustices in your life, all the times you were wrong, all the obstacles that seem unfair. And yes, life can be unfair. But here's the reality. Check your needs. Life's unfairness is not an excuse for your inaction. When you stop complaining about life's unfairness, something magical happens. You start seeing opportunities instead of obstacles. When you stop explaining why you can't succeed, you begin finding ways that you can. This isn't positive thinking. It's strategic thinking. Every second you spend complaining is a second you could spend creating. Every minute you could have spent excelling. It's a simple matter of resource allocation. You have limited time, limited energy, and limited focus. Where are you investing these precious resources? You might be wondering, but what about when things go wrong? What about when I make mistakes? Don't I need to explain those? Here's the truth. The world doesn't need your explanation nearly as much as it needs your correction. Action speaks louder than words, and improved behavior speaks louder than any explanation. Let me tell you what happens when you truly embrace this principle of never complaining and never explaining. First, you'll feel uncomfortable. Your ego will resist. It will demand that you defend yourself, that you make your case to the world. This is normal. This is your old self fighting for survival. But if you persist, something remarkable begins to happen. You'll notice your energy levels rising. Why? Because you're no longer draining your power through complaints and explanations. You'll find yourself taking more action. Because you're no longer waiting for perfect conditions or universal approval. Your relationships with...
Ready to invest like a pro? With Robinhood Legend, you can quickly build custom layouts and get real-time data updating at sub-second intervals.
No longer waiting for perfect conditions or universal approval. Your relationships will transform too. When you stop complaining, you become a source of solutions rather than a source of problems. When you stop explaining, you become a person of mystery and intrigue rather than an open book of excuses. Most importantly, your self-image will undergo a radical transformation. You'll no longer see yourself as a victim of circumstances, but as a creator of circumstances. You'll no longer feel the need to justify your existence or defend your dream. This is what true freedom looks like. It's not the freedom to complain without consequences. It's not the freedom to explain away your potential. It's the freedom to act, to create, to become without the need for external validation or understanding. Think about the great innovators throughout history. Did they spend their time complaining about the status quo? No, they were too busy changing it. Did they explain why their ideas might not work? No, they were too focused on making them work. This is your invitation to join their ranks. Not by achieving what they achieved, but by adopting their mindset. By embracing their understanding that greatness doesn't need to explain itself, it simply needs to express itself through action. The path forward is clear, but it requires courage. The courage to sit with discomfort when you want to complain. The courage to remain silent when you want to explain. The courage to let your actions speak louder than your words. From this moment forward, I want you to become a scientist of your own life. When faced with a challenge, don't complain about it. Study. When confronted with a setback, don't explain it, examine it. Extract the lesson, implement the learning, and move forward. There's something profound that happens in the human spirit when you finally grasp this truth. Your words create your world. Not just the words you speak to others, but the words you speak to yourself. Those internal conversations you have when things don't go your way. They're either building your future or destroying it. Let me share a revelation that might shake you to your core. Every complaint you utter is a confession of powerlessness. Every explanation you give is an admission of doubt. These aren't harsh words. They're mirror words, reflecting back to you the true nature of your relationship with your own power. You see, the human spirit wasn't designed for complaint. It was designed for conquest. Your soul wasn't created to explain. It was created to express. When you align with this truth, you tap into a power that most people never discover. Think about water for a moment. When it encounters an obstacle, does it complain? Does it stop to explain why it can't move forward? No. It finds a way around, over, or through. If it can't go around, it goes under. If it can't go under, it accumulates force until it can go through. Water doesn't explain its process. It demonstrates its power. You are like that water. You have within you the same unstoppable force, the same relentless drive toward your destination. But unlike water, you have choice. And too often you're choosing to dilute your power with complaints and explanations. Let me tell you what happens in your brain when you complain. Your neural pathways begin to reorganize themselves around the problem rather than the solution. You literally rewire your brain for negativity. Each complaint strengthens these negative pathways until they become your default response to challenge. But here's the beautiful flip side. When you choose not to complain, when you redirect that energy into solution finding, you begin creating new neural pathways. Pathways of power. Pathways of possibility. Your brain literally begins to rewire itself for success. And what about those explanations? Those carefully crafted justifications for why you haven't achieved your dreams yet. They're not just words. They're walls. Every explanation you give for why you can't is another brick in the wall between you and your potential. Some of you might be wondering, but what will people think if I stop explaining myself? Won't they misunderstand me? Here's a truth that might set you free. People's understanding of you is not your responsibility. Your expression of your purpose is. Consider the sun. Does it explain why it shines? Does it apologize for being too bright or justify being hidden behind clouds? No. It simply continues to be what it is, do what it does, express what it was created to express. Your purpose is no different. When you stop explaining yourself, you create space for your actions to speak. When you stop complaining, you create energy for your dreams to manifest. This isn't mystical thinking. It's practical power. Let me share something deeper with you. The need to explain often comes from a place of seeking permission. Permission to be who you are. Permission to pursue your dreams. Permission to fail and try again. But here's the liberation you've been waiting for. You don't need permission to be who you were created to be. Think about a child learning to walk. Does that child stop and explain every fall? Does that child complain about the difficulty of balance? No. That child simply keeps getting up, keeps trying, keeps moving forward till walking becomes natural. That same unstoppable spirit still lives within you. But somewhere along the way, you learn to doubt it. You learn to explain your falls instead of focusing on your next step. You learn to complain about the distance instead of celebrating the journey. Today, right here, right now, you can unlearn the...
Growing your money shouldn't feel like a second job. That's why there's Betterment, the automated investing and savings app that can give you a little work-life balance. We manage your portfolio, you manage...
You can unlearn those lessons. You can return to that natural state of unstoppable progress, not by force, not by fight, but by simple choice. The choice to let your actions speak louder than your explanation. The choice to let your achievements silence your complaints. Which is what happens when you make this choice. First, you'll feel naked, vulnerable. The comfort blanket of complaints and explanations will be gone. This discomfort is normal. It's the feeling of your spirit stretching into its full stature. Then something remarkable begins to happen. You'll notice your energy levels rising. Why? Because energy flows where attention goes. When you stop focusing on explaining problems and start focusing on solving them, you tap into reserves of power you didn't know you had. Your relationships will transform too. People will begin to see you differently. Not because you're explaining yourself better, but because you're expressing yourself more authentically through your actions. They'll respect you more. Not because you're complaining less, but because you're creating more. This is where true influence comes from. Not from perfectly crafted explanations or justified complaints, but from consistent, focused action. When you stop explaining what you're going to do and simply do it, you become a force of nature. When you stop complaining about what's wrong and start creating what's right, your breath quickens slightly as this truth settles into your soul. You're beginning to understand that this isn't just another motivational message. This is a fundamental shift in how you interface with reality itself. This is about reclaiming your power, one silent victory at a time. You see, every morning when you wake up, you have a choice. You can choose to step into your power, or you can choose to step into your patterns. Your old patterns of complaining about the early hour, the weather, the traffic, the job. Your old patterns of explaining why you're not where you want to be, why you haven't started, why you can't move forward. But what if you chose differently? What if, instead of complaining about the early hour, you embraced the silence before dawn as your personal power hour? What if, instead of explaining why you're not ready, you simply began? The power of that shift would revolutionize your life. Listen carefully. Your excuses sound reasonable to you because you're the one making them. Your complaints feel justified because you're the one feeling the pain. But the universe doesn't operate on explanations. It operates on action. It doesn't respond to complaints. It responds to commands. When you stop complaining, you start commanding. When you stop explaining, you start expanding. This isn't just wordplay. This is the fundamental law of personal life. Think about the last time you achieved something significant. In that moment of achievement, were you complaining? Were you explaining? No. You were too busy doing, too busy becoming, too busy transforming. That state of pure action, pure becoming, that's your natural state. Everything else is learned behavior. You weren't born complaining about conditions. You weren't born explaining your limitations. These are habits you picked up along the way, and habits can be changed. But here's where most people get it wrong. They try to stop complaining by forcing positivity. They try to stop explaining by going silent. That's not what this is about. This is about redirecting energy, not repressing it. When you feel the urge to complain, that's energy rising within you. Instead of expressing it as a complaint, transform it into a question. What can I do right now to improve this situation? When you feel the need to explain, that's energy-seeking expression. Instead of using it to justify where you are, use it to propel you toward where you want to be. Your energy is like water in a river. It will flow somewhere. The question is, will you let it flow into the stagnant pools of complaint and explanation, or will you direct it toward the ocean of possibility? Some of you are probably thinking, but what about when things are genuinely unfair? What about when I'm truly wrong? Here's a truth that might set you free. Life's unfairness is not a call for complaint. It's a call for creation. When you encounter injustice, don't explain it away. Transform it. Think about every major advancement in human history. Did it come from people who complained about conditions, or from those who changed them? Did it come from those who explained why change was impossible, or from those who made change inevitable? You are not just an observer of your life. You are its creator. Every time you choose not to complain, you choose to create. Every time you refuse to explain, you refuse to remain small. This is what separates the extraordinary from the ordinary. Not talent, not luck, not circumstances, but this fundamental choice to direct energy toward creation rather than complaint, toward action rather than explanation. The power of this choice compounds over time. One day of choosing action over complaint might not seem significant. One instance of choosing achievement over explanation might not seem important. But day after day, choice after choice, you begin to build momentum. This momentum is what carries you through challenges that stop others. It's what pushes you past barriers that halt the complainers. It's what lifts you over obstacles that trap the explainers. Your life is too precious to waste it justifying your limitations. Your purpose is...
All over the earth, God is raising up a new breed of wealth builders who will use their money to shape the course of world history without building a golden calf. You see, true prosperity is not about toys and trinkets. It's about influence and impact. Building...
Your purpose is too important to dilute it with complaints. Your potential is too vast to contain it within explanations. From this moment forward, obstacles arise, and they will remember this. The size of your obstacles reveals the size of your potential. Big problems are a compliment from the universe. They're not there to stop you. They're there to show you how strong you really are. Every challenge you face is an invitation to rise. Not to complain about the difficulty, but to demonstrate your capability. Not to explain why it's hard, but to show how it's done. This is your moment of decision. Will you continue to let your power leak away through complaints and explanations? Or will you seal those leaks and direct that power toward your purpose? Choice is yours, but the consequences are universal. Choose complaints, and you choose limitation. Choose explanations, and you choose stagnation. But choose action, pure unexplained, uncomplained action, and you choose transformation. The air in this room feels different now, doesn't it? The energy has shifted. You can feel it in your bones. Something has fundamentally changed. That change isn't just in the atmosphere. It's in you. You're beginning to understand that your greatness has been waiting patiently behind a wall of words. Your complaints and your explanations. Let me share something profound with you. Success leaves clues. And one of the biggest clues it leaves is silence. Not the silence of inaction, but the silence of focused, determined, unstoppable doing. The kind of silence that speaks volumes through results. You see, there's a higher level of living available to you right now. A level where complaints are transformed into creativity, where explanations are transformed into excellence. This isn't about positive thinking, it's about powerful doing. When you truly grasp this principle, your entire life becomes a statement. Not a statement made with words, but one made with actions. Every achievement becomes a sentence in your life story. Every breakthrough becomes a chapter. And the beautiful thing is, this story needs no explanation. Think about the greatest gift you could give to those around you. Is it your complaints about what's wrong with the world? Is it your explanations about why things aren't working? The greatest gift you can give is the example of a life lived at full throttle. A life that speaks through its impact rather than its excuses. Your life is speaking right now. But what is it saying?
Hey,
is
Colton,
it
how you
speaking the
doing?
language
Good
of
morning.
complaint? The dialect of explanation? Or is it speaking the universal language of achievement? The choice is yours, and that choice must be made new every single moment. It's what happens when you fully embrace this truth. Your mere presence becomes a provocation to excellence. Not because you're preaching, but because you're proving. Proving that it's possible to rise above circumstances without complaining about them. Proving that it's possible to achieve without explaining why it took so long. Some of you might be wondering about the practical side of this transformation. You're thinking, this sounds good, but how do I actually live this way? The answer is simpler than you might think, but it requires absolute commitment. Start with this too. For the next 24 hours, commit to 0 complaints. Not one single complaint about anything. No complaints about the weather, about traffic, about other people, about circumstances, nothing. Just pure, focused attention on what you can do, what you can change, what you can create. Then index. For those same 24 hours, make no explanations for your shortcomings or delays. Don't explain why you couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't. Instead, pour that energy into doing what needs to be done. Let your actions speak for themselves. Watch what happens. Notice how your energy shifts. Notice how your focus sharpens. Notice how opportunities suddenly seem to appear where before there were only obstacles. This is the power of redirected energy. Every complaint you don't make becomes fuel for creation. Every explanation you don't give becomes energy for achievement. This isn't magic. It's mechanics, the mechanics of human potential. Your potential has been waiting for this moment. Waiting for you to stop explaining it away. Waiting for you to stop complaining about what's holding it back. Waiting for you to simply let it express itself through pure, focused action. From this moment forward, let everything you do be your signature. Let every action be a statement of who you are and what you stand for. Let every achievement be your explanation. Let every breakthrough be your complaint resolution. The world doesn't need more complainers. It's full of those. The world doesn't need more explainers. It's drowning in explanations. What the world needs is more creators. More people who refuse to waste their energy on complaints and explanations, choosing instead to pour it into creation and transformation. You are that person. Right now, in this moment, you can make that choice. The choice to never again dilute your power with complaints. The choice to never again diminish your potential with explanations. This is your moment of transformation. But the moment when you decide that your energy is too precious to waste on complaints, your time too valuable to spend on explanations. The moment when you choose to let your life speak through its impact rather than its excuses. The power you've been seeking has been within you all along, waiting behind the wall of words you've built with complaints and explanations. Today, that wall comes down. Today, you step into your full power. Remember this, the greatest stories ever lived were never explained. They were demonstrated. The greatest achievements in history were never complained about. Your story is waiting to be lived. Your achievements are waiting to be created. Your power is waiting to be expressed, not through words of complaint or explanation, but through actions of impact and transformation. The time for talking is over. The time for doing has begun. From this moment forward, let your life be your message. Let your actions be your voice. Let your achievements be your explanation. The world is waiting for your impact, not your complaints about what's wrong, not your explanations about why things aren't working, but your pure, focused, unstoppable action toward what could be. This is your time. This is your moment. This is your transformation. Now go create the life that needs no explanation and leaves no room for complaints. Your destiny is waiting, and it speaks the language of action.
Watch what castor oil does to your liver.
Even though it sounds like one of those old-timey kind of remedies, castor oil is actually awesome stuff. So castor oil comes from the seeds of the castor bean, and those castor beans are super poisonous if you eat them whole because they contain a toxin that's called ricin that you might have heard of. But the oil that's in those seeds does not contain ricin, so we're all good there. So people drink castor oil, and when they do, they poop. It is a laxative, and it's a pretty powerful laxative. Most people will get a laxative.
Welcome back to Stay Tuned. I'm Sonny Angelo. We have dragged our truck and trailer down to Derek Weisgrift Museum that's going to open up in Lewisburg, Tennessee very soon, because this thing is housing for me one of the most iconic Motor Trend cars of all time. When Motor Trend sold us their video production, there was a mad dash scramble to scoop up all the cars, all the hosts, all the people that worked there, and I was not invited to that party, but guess what? I got my hands on one of the best, most important HRG cars anyway. As soon as Derek gets here, I'm going to show you what it is. Let me in! Is that him? There's a guy. Ready? Yeah. Hey. So this is it. I was able to pick up the HRG legendary Bone Marrow. This is a 1979 car we bought for $800 out of the Hemet Desert years and years ago, and this car started us on the low buck turbocharged whatever you got. This is a 5.3 LS, and just try to see if we can make this thing run 10 seconds for $10,000. The car's been through so many different changes and phases, but I love this car. This was the first HRG product that hit 1 million views on YouTube. It was our first real big success, and kind of when I felt like me and Lucky hit our stride. So if I was going to get any one car, this is a really, really important car. And also, it is the quickest car that was ever at HRG. This thing has run 9, so I'm so stoked to have it. This is a big moment. All right, let's pull the hood off and have a look at it.
Where do you want to put it on the ground or your company or yard?
I haven't seen it in a couple of years, so.
You could probably tell one of my vehicles were transported on top of this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that was right. Sorry about that.
Alright. So when a lot of the Motor Trend cars left LA, on them, everything going east came to Derek's spot. This is your new, soon-to-be new museum in Lewisburg. You'll be able to come, hang out, see the cars. Once in a while, Derek will be here, I'm sure, have a cold snack. But we're going to get this thing out of here. It doesn't run currently somehow. On the trip across the country, it decided to quick run. So we're going to load it up on our trailer. Get it. Very excited about this. Get it loaded up on the trailer, take it over to Derek's, and try to get this sucker fired up. Make sure it still runs. Do a little bit more than that. Look at it. It's full of goodies. Flickering, but not coming on.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a ground. I don't want to open this door and screw your fender up.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a ground or a...
Some confetti in here. I don't know what kind of party they were having. Yeah, the Holly's on. The bolts are a little low.
below 11.
11.8. It's not even trying though.
Western Star.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Like Optimus Prime.
There's the wire.
I can't see all under all this dust.
Yeah, they got it. They're using the interlock. I think, unless that's. No, this might be. This is a trans brake button.
Yeah, that's your. Yeah.
Alright, then they're not using interlock.
Well, I know I didn't do any of that before, so I don't know.
You just got in and turned the key, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See that there? That's what you want. Let me show you the steering. You're going 135 in the quarter. That's what you want.
Don't worry about that. You want more slot.
Yeah.
The free feel.
Yeah, the car knows where it wants to go. You gotta let it. Fire and try to trigger it.
There's like this. I think that's fan.
Yikes. What the hell built this thing? Yeah, I did. That's me. That's my bad there.
Yeah, you could just put a loan with 6,000 on it. And just. Well, we could scoop it up and get it to my property. At least there's tools within a vicinity.
Yeah.
I might still have electricity.
I believe they put a bill bottom end in it too, so we're gonna fish around a little bit and see what's good.
What?
So no dice, firing it up. We're gonna roll over to Derek's house where he's got tools and see what we can do to get fired up. Let's do it. I guess we're doing some pushing. We just showed up. My good buddy Mike Finnegan is here. He bought
That's introductory.
the NASCAR though, which is one of the best worst ideas ever.
The roof slide was monumental.
It was, but I was telling him earlier when we got here, I'm like, I know what's wrong with this car. When we slid the roof back, we did the take a foot out of the roof. Because it's weird that the sales panel lands basically on the
one that's behind the rear wheel, yeah.
And I'm like, when we get home, we'll do quarters, and I'm cutting the roof in half and putting it back together shorter. And
that would be good.
The car will be like,
yeah, this window needs to stop.
After you stop the body, that part.
It looks alright.
You can probably fix that.
They call that active aero in Formula 1. That's fine.
This is Formula 7.
Yeah. Where are we dropping the bumper? You want to put it right up here?
Yeah, that'll work.
On the ground?
Why not? I'm gonna wash it. What's wrong? I don't know. They said it drove off the trailer and then it broke sitting there. It doesn't start.
Yeah. It's either electrical issues or sandals. We don't know what's the issue.
Sandals.
Yeah. We have sandals.
Every time.
Yeah.
Somebody in flip-flops on it.
Or drove it. Tried to drive it.
Yeah. Sometimes I get caught in the pedal. You gotta be careful.
Did you sand them? What is this? I don't remember this.
David sanded that on the wall, I think. That's high speed work. That's right up your alley.
That's pretty good.
I don't know. Like,
We love you, David.
Yeah.
You call like a mid class.
It's also full of old
roundy round, like an ARCA car it was?
I don't know.
No, this wouldn't be ARCA.
Like lower class, right?
Yeah, this is not ARCA based on the frame. It's a front half, back half car. So basically what they do is they cut the frame right at the A-pillar, and they cut the frame at the rear of the sail panel.
They put two on it.
So it's square framed in here.
It's metric, right?
Yeah, so it's like a metric frame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like a hobby stock or a street stock.
It's a lot more than a hobby stock, though.
Oh yeah, this is
Yeah, you can see the attention to detail.
What's the time your kid gets to school?
Yeah. All right, what do you want to do with it?
Push it down the hill and make it run.
I love that.
Push it down the hill and make it run.
I love that.
They just dumped it. Someone dumped it in the frame like display. This car.
That's what I'm talking about, Brother Carmen. Put that up there. That's what we need over here. Man of Pre, good morning. Let's go. Let's get some work done today.
Woo! That thing is awesome. travel. What year is it from?
22.
Oh, that was a good year. See, that's it feels squishy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's squirted out.
You gotta commit.
Yeah, that's a big hole, right?
And it occurred to me, Derek has a lot of cars. So I texted him photos of the truck and said, hey, what do you got? I know you'd be a lot easier to deal with people leaving email. And he had some stuff here. He did, none of which interested me until he opened the door to this truck. He said, I have this.
I actually forgot about this car. I have seen this thing in action and it rips. Yeah, that's his son. This thing murders tire.
So it's a 1940 Chevrolet Coupe. It was built sometime in the late 60s, early 70s as a street strip car. It was a Van Nuys, kind of a nightmare car. Everyone didn't want to race this car. This guy murdered everybody.
On the boulevard?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Fairlane up here. I love the history of that. So he cheated this thing up, did a homemade lift block in the front, Lincoln locker in the rear, had bigger tires, geared it. Had some sort of big block. We think it was probably a 427 or 496. It's got 454 now. Old school wiring, but it has a brand new painless wiring kit in it. So the headlights work, the blinkers work, the taillights work, emergency flashes work, all that stuff. It's a street car, and but it'll absolutely slay tires.
I like this a little bit.
And it's got like I don't know if it's Impala or Capri seats, and it's decent in there. Yeah, back in the day, it was obviously like a bright orange tan. Yeah. Would you sign it?
Yeah.
You want the guitar with the car?
I thought you were leaving it in here.
No! No!
That's part of the omnibus. You're getting sold.
I'll sign whatever you want. As long as it's legal.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Right. There we go. Right there. Now we're good. Good drive?
Should have brought it.
Weak. Eat lunch. All right, let's eat lunch. We go eat tacos over it?
I might. You can drive this then.
You should drive this much. It's insured. All right. Okay. Let me get my fiddle out.
I guess we just traded. So my truck's not here.
You figure that part out.
I might change my mind. You better wax something.
Alright, so Derek's only taking out 95 cars that run as motor for lunch. Run up with this first gen Pontiac Firebird with a Chevy motor and 5-speed. Right up my alley. Starting to idle now. They get in.
Oh, there's not even a pitcock in it. I never even put a pitcock in it.
Yeah, that's your problem.
there's a plastic plug
Leaking like a sieve.
That's why there's supposed to be a pitcock.
Get a brass plug and stick it in for now.
You'll be good. How quick do you put TV cars together?
What's up, brother? Shenanigans radiator has a push, like a temporary push pin in the crane hole. So we're gonna get a plug, real one.
Violet. Not violet.
No, it's orange, dude. It's orange. You traded for a lemon. It's different.
Well, think positive. We made it here.
And then it can
Right. So I think we can make it back. You just gotta drive faster.
Okay.
Just follow Tony. I think that'll fix all the issues.
are back at Derek's. We're goofing around. The weather is closing in on us, so we're gonna get our cars fired up. Finnegan is trying to get the NASCAR low fired up, a car he bought. It is a NASCAR body on it's a Monte Carlo body on a NASCAR. I'm gonna throw a little bit of gas on the throat, get that going, and then we're gonna jump on the bone marrow and see what's what. Okay. Get a little bit of this, a little bit of the good stuff. That'll do it. That'll do it. Ready? Yep. Where are we going here? Up here. Oh, yeah. Ready? Got the ignition on? Hit it. Put it in like second, maybe? Okay. Man, we're gonna drag it. Okay.
Alright, so started out the day driving to Tennessee to pick up this car. Then changed our mind and decided to get it running. Then
I look like
distracted by
Obama.
Lunch, guns, wetsuits, transformers, and cash. Now we've got full circle. We're back to the car. I think we're gonna try to drag it with the Bobcat to get the Buster because the flywheel and the cylinder are junk. I believe Tony's gonna ride on the top, smash the hood, and pour fuel down the carburetor materials and wall and top start. What could go wrong?
Once it's running now, let it rip. Let me off this crazy thing. Let it read. Yeah. There's some. Yeah, hit it. I'm good. Woo! I think you're good. I think you're okay. She's still standing. It's hard to hold off, you think? It's harder than I thought. It just looked like you were sliding the whole time. Motor might be locked up. My back feels third gear. Yeah, I did my job for sure. Go ahead. No. 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 I think that motor's shot, dude. Well, let me get it. Promise you. Not that motor. Cool. All right. I said we would get back to Derek's and immediately unload the bone marrow, clean it up, tell you the story of the car, and get it fired up. But, you know, sometimes life has other plans. Finnegan was here. Derek was here. We're a bunch of buddies. We just got after hanging out and having fun, and the day kind of got away from us, if I'm being honest. There were all sorts of shenanigans horsing around. At one point, we chased a bunch of wild horses that broke out of some fence. Derek loaned us a bunch of cars to go to lunch in. I got a 68 Firebird. I was ripping that thing around. It was wicked fun. Horse trading happened. Shenanigans happened. Finnegan traded his 53 truck for this 40 Chevy gasser that Derek has. I think I traded my trailer for an enclosed trailer plus a couple of bucks. A lot going on. Hey, but I'm here. Bone marrow is the focus, and I'm going to tell you right now why I'm so super excited about this car and why it's so
Headed
important.
to Pennsylvania
Finn is still here.
from Maine.
The car he traded for immediately started gushing water out.
Deliver
for
some
test drive,
Poland
as you
Springs.
can imagine. So he's trying to fix the radiator. I'm going to get over here, clean this thing up, but let's talk about this car. Alright, so basically the deal is this. I got the Hot Rod Garage host gig when Finnegan, who's right over there, coincidentally, left to just. So I made one scene. And it was pretty clear by season 2 of me hosting HRG, we weren't sure how it was going to go, if it was going to survive. And what was really cool is it was like really make or break time. And at the same time, they get a bunch of freedom. They're like, I guess you're on your own, do what you want, sort of thing. And we did a 12-valve swap into my 73 D200. It did really well. And then the next and the biggest swing we were going to take is I said, hey, man, let's do cheap turbo LS stuff. Freiburger's like, I don't do fuel injection. I don't mess with turbos. Have at it. So lucky to come on the scene at that point. We're having fun on the show. And this is the first big thing that we did. So I want to see if we go for 10 seconds for 10 grand. And how fast can you go for cheap has been, I don't know, in every hot rodder's heart for a million years. It's never going to change. But as the technology changes and as cheap turbos and stuff get better, you can go wicked fast. So we built this thing. We went and really pinched pennies. It was like, let us every single cent that we spend on fuel, on duct tape, on hose clamps, zip ties, whatever. We nickeled and dimed the entire thing, built it up. Lucky and I went out to Hemet, which is known mostly for what? Meth and that's it, meth. Yeah, that's it. We bought this puppy for $800. Front end was falling off of it, but bones are really good and straight, and it had everything we needed. We got a truck 5.3. It's actually the first LS thing I'd ever done. Coming from drifting, I still hadn't done much LS stuff. It was super popular there, but I knew they were good, and I got to kind of learn as we did it. We followed the Sloppy Mechanics Bible, put the right springs in it, the right cam, got it all loaded up, and we had the car built and turbocharged for $10,000. We had gotten a used Turbo 400 that was built by a local guy, and we'd gotten a very questionable torque converter off of Craigslist, or whatever it was. Yeah, old. It was old. This was years ago. And we put the car together. It sounded great. Turbo sounded nasty. We took a truck CX Racing set of manifolds, modified on the Physics Marrow. We were off and running. I had high hopes. We took it to the track, and it would not leave under boost. The torque converter was either a scam. I think it was supposed to be like a B&M hotshot converter, but it was just something, probably a stock one that some guy painted blue and ripped us off for $200. And our hopes were a little bit dashed, but here's what happened. Car would leave the line, and then about 30 or 40 feet out, it was like getting rear-ended by a train, and it would run like high 11s at 128 miles an hour. It was a monster. Freight train. We kept evolving the car. But the thing is this, not only was the car fast and fun, but we were on YouTube at the time, the Motor Trend channel, and it was our first video to hit 1 million views, and it hit it fast. So it was really the beginning of sort of mine and Lucky's success on HRG, and that got the ball rolling for many more years of content and making them. So this car is super special to me, and as we got it to eventually run ends and be really nasty, it kept getting better and better and better. And then when COVID hit, we started shooting in LA and in PA, and we decided, let's really church this thing up, send it out to me in PA. I did a couple episodes with it with my boys. And as you can see, it's not really all that trashy anymore. We did this one-piece front end from some funny car guys up in PA. It's actually got it's narrower, it's lower, it's sick. We put lights in it. We got it painted by a local guy. It is Eastwood paint. It's just a single stage, but it looks killer when it's cleaned up. It's disgusting right now. But it is Ford's Wimbledon white, and it looks killer. We did a nice front mount system. Actually, Barb made all of this. Fun fact, Barb made all of the piping here. And I wanted to just give it a quick test drive just to see how it did. I took it out on the highway, allegedly by the shop. Gave it quarter throttle or so, and when it hit third gear, we let the rods right out the bottom of this thing. So it was blown up again. We didn't know what was going to happen, and I knew that I was leaving HRG, and they said, hey, just send us the car back. So that's what I did.
Does fasting help you lose weight?
A normal person, 8 hours after they finish their last meal, they start to burn fat as a fuel, and that's where
car back. That's what I did. And I think this is one of the first cars when Alex Taylor took my job. Alex Taylor here. Her and Lucky jumped on this thing. It's one of the first cars they worked on together. Alex herself built the Turbo 400 with a trans brake in it. I believe that there is a built bottom end under this thing now. I think it seems like the budget went up a little bit after I left HRG. There's a proper Holley Dominator on it now.
Bridges,
They're using solenoid,
back roads,
boost
dirt
control,
roads, muddy roads,
dome pressure,
wherever the load needs to go.
I don't know if they had a ton of success with it.
There's a truck
way
stop,
quicker.
there's a tire spot,
I know the goal was going to
there's a
run
truck wash, whatever I need to sort this shit out.
Myself in the quarter mile. I don't know if it ever did it, but we're going to try to make it happen at some point. First thing I want to do is try to get it fired up. They said it drove on the trailer, but it doesn't crank now. Oh no. sounds not great. Yeah, that looks right. Up there. It's got oil in it, it's plenty of it. Alright, let's see what we got. Ugh. Feels good. There's a lot of wires hanging down. I want to fire this thing up so I can hear what the motor is. Not that I'll be able to tell, but I'd love to hear how it runs. Alright, I see factory purple wire going to some white wire that goes in the dash. Ugh. Huh.
Did you sense something new?
Alright, tracing down the trigger wire. Found some time slips. There's a bunch of time slips in the car. 1090 at 121. 1090 at 121. 1090 at 120.
Well, she's a legit 10
Nothing's there.
983. There it is. Alright. Alright. Awesome. So it looks like they left a bunch of slips in here. And I'm looking at a 983 at 135 mile an hour. Awesome. That's fast. Wicked. That's quick. Alright, I'm going to save all of these. That's so cool to have them. I'm going to save that one. So it's definitely gone. A 1.37560 foot, ran a 6.2 in the 8th, and it looks like it's turned 135 a quarter mile. So, wicked. Now let's get it fired up. I see a broken trigger wire. I don't know why that is, but I'm gonna get on there and try to fix it, or find a place to smack it against some positives. Can you put those somewhere? See, there's a whole bunch of mess of wires here, taped up, that are definitely hot. This is a disaster under here. Yeah, I put that on. Yeah, I did that in PA. I would think quite a bit less. Check the voltage. Oh gosh. Alex is worse than I am, I think. I'm gonna check the voltage.
But nothing on the portal.
Yeah, you gotta keep them guessing. Yeah, so after they left, they got pretty serious with it. I know Alex built a 400 with a brake in it. And it looks like there's a whole Ford lung block in it. The AFR heads, the whole bottom of the motor looks brand new. I know they spent some money on it. So I think there's some hot parts in there. I found a 983 and a 980 time limit. Look at this. I did. So that's what you need to go 850. Yeah, one thing at a time. This should go 850s all day on this one. Throwing it out there, this should go 850s. We haven't even got to go 9s yet, but I love it. Yes. Sure does, buddy.
It's not my job to make you 850s. I'm just saying, with the parts you have here, turn in your man car, Tony, if you don't go 850s.
Nice. I'll drive it over. We'll get it wiped up and cleaned up and see what's good. Oh, yeah. It's not running pump. Yeah. Sure does. I'm stoked and fired up. It sounds awesome. It's got great oil pressure. I'm gonna research how nasty this motor is because I know it's fully built, little bullet in there. So I'm super pumped about that. We're gonna take it over to Derek's, wipe all this gunk off of it, and we're gonna take it out and have some fun.
I love that job one for him is go give the car a bath, not put 2 more lug nuts on the back wheels that barely held on.
I will get that after.
Before he goes and does burnout.
After, maybe. Maybe after.
You were not going to do it.
Shut up.
It's like, yep, let's go do burnouts. We don't need all the lug nuts.
3 is good. It's more than 2.
How do we get on?
All right. Some new tricks in this old hot rod.
New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
I'm ready. Give it to her. Proper send-off. Brand new traded 1940 Chevy. Big block power. Ventura Boulevard legend. Shenanigans new toy. Come on. I can't say any more words. That'll work.
Yeah.
Man, it's loud. Yeah. Jackhammering with rain.
I think you got a wonderful out of
it. Hit on the brakes hard, boy. It looked good. You did a road test. I just watched it happen.
I survived that.
Successful road test.
Oh, here comes our truck.
All right, make him do a burnout.
Keep that bud.
Great to see you.
Safe job. I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, let's go. I wasn't even here.
All right, Shenanigans off. Let's go deal with this Camaro.
Oh, it has seatbelts.
It does have seatbelts. Now that Finnegan has hit the highway, it's time to get down to business. Getting the bone marrow nice and clean, and I'm going to talk about Raycon earbuds right now real quick. They are a sponsor. Stay tuned and sponsor this episode. Look, Mother's Day is coming. Mom's going to be tough to buy for. I'm telling you right now, the Raycon everyday earbuds are perfect for that. You can buy your mom this setup and get whatever style. There's a million different styles of the protective ear case. These are super awesome. They have active noise canceling, which at this price point is a total killer value. I'm going to put these in because I'm using Derek's pressure washer. It's super loud, and I don't love the sound. So you put them in, turn on the active noise cancellation, and I will be good to go. You can get 90 minutes of use time from just a 10-minute charge. They have a super killer fast charge capability, and they have a 32-hour life if you charge them all the way. So go right now to buyraycon.com/staytuned and you get 20% off site-wide, brought to you by Raycon. And get your mom some everyday earbuds. They're tough to buy for anyway, right? Flowers die. You're not going to buy her clothes. You don't know what she likes. Everybody needs earbuds. So get after it. Oh, come on. Got shot in the nipple for that. truck up. It looks a ton better. I want to talk about a couple things, the condition of the car that I didn't notice. The one piece front end is pretty chewed up from the doors. It looks like, and I heard, I'm missing a headlight. The grill that I made is smashed and bashed in. You can see, somebody told me that a PA, that's the production assistant, trying to drive it up on a trailer, smashed the front, shifted the whole thing back. It looks like this fender is super mangled. We're gonna have to address all this stuff. But when they hit it, they shifted it all back. Derek gave it a good tug, but it's pretty smashed up. We'll have to deal with that, and I don't think I can open this door without, yeah, it's only gonna get worse. We'll have to push it out, maybe check the frame mount, and then get this door to open again. Just make sure it fits halfway decent. All right, I want to discuss really quickly and just acknowledge how I was able to get my hands on this car, because I was not invited, to be frank, to buy any of the Motor Trend cars. All of the other hosts and ex-hosts seemed like they were able to get first dibs on the cars. How did I get them on Marrow? The old showrunner of HRG. Go to Dave Driver's channel. There's a really great interview with him. He's one of the main guys behind the scenes of that show and some other shows. So great dude. This is car stuff. If you're going to work with a TV guy and get a showrunner, he's an awesome one. And he was like, listen, I'm down. I was like, what's for sale? What are we doing? Can I get my hands on one of these cars? He was like, you can't, but I bet I can. You know, maybe it winds up in your hands anyway. So we're going to hit him up and talk about it, because I don't really know the current spec of the car, but more or less this happened. All the hosts ran to what they wanted. They got first dibs and everything. I wasn't a host. I wasn't even really there. I had a proxy, Mikey P, and he scooped this thing for me. So I wrote Mikey P a check. Derek shipped all these cars east on these couple of big car transporters, and it's here, and that's how that happened. I wrote, you know, and I'm forever indebted to him. I'm going to hit him up now. The one thing is, I don't super know the current status of the drivetrain of the car or anything, so I'm going to FaceTime him, and we're going to figure it out. Oh, Finnegan just texted. He better not be broke down. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. What's up, buddy? I'm good. How are you? Same, mostly. Yeah, I've been at Derek's, where it's really easy to have a lot of fun. It's really tough to get stuff done. Yeah. But I'm here with the car, and I've got a bunch of questions. I have said that you are the man who was able to smuggle this away from Motor Trend against their best wishes. I appreciate your solidarity, brother. Yeah, awesome. It's here. It looks great. It fired up for us. There was no start issue, but it just a loose terminal or something. So I have questions for you basically about, I see some 980 time slips in it. I see that it's got trans brake for sure. I know Alex built a 400 for it, but what is the motor? I see heads. The bottom end looks real clean.
Honestly, I don't remember. Oh, you know what? Okay, I remember. We put in, God, we have so many versions of this car.
Yeah.
We built a forged bottom end for it.
Yeah.
But it was an aluminum bottom end, and we blew rings on, or blew a ring light off a piston or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what we put in afterward. I might honestly have to dig back through emails and research what the last version of it is.
Okay.
I'm pretty positive, though, that it is still a 5.3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we bought a forged bottom end for it, or honestly, I can't answer that. I have no idea.
All right. I mean, it looks very clean. Okay, yeah, it runs. It sounds good. It sounds like it's certainly got a cam in it. I see AFR heads. Looks like all the charge piping, the lack of exhaust that we never got to is still there.
Yeah.
Turbo is the same. But the motor underneath, I climbed underneath, looks very clean. And it is an iron block.
Okay, I can guarantee you, well, the AFR heads should be ring ability, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's got probably 3/4 of a mile on that motor.
Okay.
Is my best guess as we put it in. Like, it's not, it hasn't been run, so it should be very, very clean.
This has never run down the track, this setup?
No, it definitely has.
Okay.
This is the 980 setup.
Okay.
But I'm trying, I just don't have what that bottom end is.
Okay, well, those 980, that sounds pretty good.
I'll dig it up.
Yeah, see if you can find out and see what kind of, it's got some gnarly fuel in it, I think.
I want to say it's running on Q16.
Yep, I have to check that. It smells about right.
Yeah. I mean, I have to dig through emails and see, like, what our last version
Yeah, I would love to not blow it up.
Like, so long ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a couple years, and basically, there's a lot of different stuff on it, for sure.
So are you driving
No, man. No. No, it's going in a trailer. It's like a 14-hour drive. What do you think I get Q16 on the streets out here? That's not a reality. No, cannot.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It looks good though, except for the bumper and the fenders and such.
We'll fix it. It's not too bad. Yeah, for sure.
So what's the plan?
Just make it rad, make it like a drag and drive car, make an exhaust for it, make it consistent, fix the front end up, just have fun with it. Figure out a way to put a plate on it. That kind of stuff.
Take Alex's name back off the door?
Probably taking Alex's name off in about 2 minutes here, yeah, for sure. Definitely.
But yeah, I'll take that stuff up for you. I'll figure out what it is. But
alright, buddy.
As long as it runs and it's in your hands, I'm just glad that it's home.
Yeah.
It's going to be home soon.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I'm very excited, and I appreciate you smuggling it out of there for me.
Absolutely.
Alright, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Alright, later. Out of there for me.
Absolutely.
Alright, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Alright, later. Alright, so he says a couple things that are very important. This motor has about 10 miles on it, he says. This is the 980 setup motor. He doesn't exactly know what it is. He's going to dig through some emails and let me know. It's very, very likely that this is just a built bottom end on an iron block with some nice AFR heads and that turbo 400 out together. So it's a ripper. I'm going to tell you right now, I bought this car for around the price of the original build. They couldn't find the title, so I'll have to figure that out. If you've got an old second-gen Camaro with a title, you want to sell me cheap so I can swap all the parts over, hit me up. I think there is something that needs to happen right now. Now listen, I love Alex Taylor. She's awesome. She's super talented. She's fearless. She's like a little sister. She's great. Her name is coming right off this door. Okay? She put a motor in it for sure. That happened. She built a transmission, which is something, automatic. I couldn't do that. But, this car is, I think, a little bit more mine than hers. Certainly now it's all mine.
Wait, should you leave TA on?
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. If my name was on it when she got there, I'm sure she would have taken it right off, too. So. Sorry, not sorry at all. Not one bit. Not one little bit. And let's get over to the passenger side and talk about it. That's right. There's 2 people on that show. This could have said, Lucky Castor. Your driver's over there, Alex Taylor. But you could put Lucky's name here. That would have been fine. Either way, it's coming off. It's coming off. All right, we're gonna take this thing out and see what we can do. You gonna ride Shotty?
All right, check it.
All right, Derek's gonna ride. He's got some local roads we're gonna check out. Mirror the tires first, and I'll be on our way.
Close courses.
Yeah, these are close courses in. What country are we going to?
This is West Virginia.
West Virginia. There's no locals there. Quick, the other thing. What do you want?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh my God. That was probably 3/4, not even close. I breathed on it. Yeah, we know it. Right on that brake. We smoking out the back. There's smoke. I smell something. Oh, not smoke. Oh, tire up. Huge tire up. Okay. Yeah, you're deleting paint. You might want to pull. All right. Holy moly, dude. This might actually be really nasty. That felt very stout.
Alright, so we took it for a quick rip. What'd you call it? Spicy? Extra spicy?
Extra spicy.
Oh, it's awesome. I am really excited to have this car because it's so meaningful, but also I'm very excited because this car is an animal.
It doesn't feel normal.
It does not.
It comes
hard. Yeah, just up the hill it was melting our faces back in the seat. Also melting the rear tires because I don't think the car's high enough, too much offset, whatever it is. So we're gonna head back to Derek's, trying to find some tires and wheels. We'll be right back. Alright, we just got back. We're gonna try to find tires that fit. Mikey P just sent us a video. He did a bunch of digging through his emails, and we know the specs of this motor here.
Okay, dude, update. You've got good stuff in there. It is a Gen 3 Iron 5.3. It's got Lunati crank, Lunati rods, Summit Pro LS pistons. It's got an ISKI cam that I don't know the specs of. It's got ARP rod bolts and head bolts and Maine studs. So good, strong bottom end. The AFR heads are the Enforcer 210s. I know it's a 62cc chamber, but other than that, I think it's really just like a replica of the LS1 head. Other than that, there's not much to say, other than that it's a good motor, and it ran 13 pounds of boost when it hit 90s. So that's a good reference, and that's all I know.
5. So this thing is ready to rip. It ran 980, running only 13 pounds of boost on a fully built motor. I'm talking crank, rods, pistons, everything with a nasty ISKI cam. Very good heads. I think this thing has a ton more potential. It already feels absolutely out of control. I feel like I got a very solid value with this buy, and this car is just going to, you know, all I want to do with it is go fast, and that's what it's made for. Yes.
All these tires are about ball anyway. It's kind of like Tony was driving or something.
This is serious.
Also, we can correct the backwards wheel situation.
Picked up a lug. Bro, we just got cut through this thing. We're glad. We're lucky we stopped.
Oh, drum brakes. I like it.
Yeah, that's the one thing we didn't do much to. They haven't touched it since I had it. It's just a lunchbox locker and some good axles on a temple.
So look at these wheels on here though. It's pretty good.
Yeah. We might get away with it.
I didn't feel the excitement.
Oh, I love it. Hold on, I'll do it again. Wow! Whoa! Whoa! Those are awesome! Alright, we're gonna go through the thing can do with a smaller height tire on there that Derek provided. So graciously, I'm gonna wheel these big balloons out of here and we're gonna hit it.
I'm excited.
He's excited. I'm excited. Let's do it. Feels insane. We're running into some kind of cut. I don't know if it's boost or RPM. It's really hard. This thing's so gnarly. We're gonna see what's going to tire. It's struck a couple launches. Man, I don't want to hurt it. There's quite a bit of dollars under the hood of this thing now. I want to take it home. I want to learn it. I want to get every bit of it tuned up and rocking and make sure it's all 100%. But it does seem very happy. So we're gonna give it a little bit of juice.
Like a servant and fed like a dog by my evil.
This car rules. It's so nasty. Yeah, it's like it's awesome. I love it. It's so nasty. This thing is an animal. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Oh my god, dude! Woo! This thing is sick. I'm like, yeah, salute Alex Taylor. This car is psychotic now. I love it. I love it. Trans brakes, big thumbs up. It's like dumping a clutch, dude. so good. Bang, and it's like goodbye. Yeah, it sure works. Let's get out of here. Let's go home. This thing is an absolute animal. I'm so pumped that I was able to get my hands on it. Big thanks to Mikey P. Thanks to Derek for dragging it out here to Tennessee so we can pick it up. I'm just blown away how much gnarlier it is than I can even remember, because it's like Alex and Lucky and the HRG team made it even nastier than ever. It is brutally super fun. That is going to be it for this episode. Stay tuned. You will see this thing again. We will make sure everything is working 100%, and we will put the wood to this thing and see just how fast we can make it go. 980 is the standard, and we're going to try to go even quicker than that. I just could not be more excited about it.
Hello there, and welcome back to another video here on Wristwatch Revival. My name is Marshall. Thank you so much for coming along. This time on the bench, we have this wonderful Rolex Datejust from the early 1960s. And as you can see, it has been worn, and I love that. These are my favorite type of watches to work on. And this one even has that extra element in that it's a family heirloom for the owner. This watch actually belonged to the current owner. His name's Corey. His papa, as you put it, this is his grandfather. This was his watch, and he wore it every day, and as you can see, he wore it hard, and I love that. His grandfather actually bought this watch brand new in 1963, and he was what he called a mud engineer for 50 years. He said he lived life hard and full of laughter, and that this watch, and by the way, that's the current owner sitting there on the ground. He said he teethed on this watch as a small child, and now he owns this thing. He said it reminds him of his grandpa's work ethic over time, and of course it's a way to remember him as well. And as you can see, this watch needs some work. First thing, I'm taking a look at a few things. The crown won't stay in. The crystal's basically destroyed, and it's got this replacement bracelet on it as well. This is not the original bracelet that came with the watch. Yeah, it's going to need some work if Corey's going to wear this thing every day, that's how these type of things are meant to be worn. You know, Rolexes are very, very tough watches. As you can see, this one's still going, even though it has been not serviced in a long time and worn every single day. So that's what we're going to do today on this video. We are going to get into all the nooks and crannies of this watch to get this thing back into wearable shape for Corey so that he can look down at his wrist and think of his grandpa. As you can see, the watch is running. So that's a good start, and we can maybe get the thing open. No. This looks like this case back does not want to budge. So let's just put it on the time grapher. It doesn't have to be out of the case to put on the time grapher. That's a machine that will tell us the health of the watch. And yeah, this is just a testament to Rolex. It is not running well. 157 degrees of amplitude is low. But it's only running at minus 13 seconds a day, even with no servicing in years and years. That's really impressive, though it does need a service. And in order to do that, we're going to need to take this case back off. So I've got this case back opening tool. It has a special attachment for Rolex. And as you can see, it has this like toothed section. And make short work of getting this case back off. I'll tell you that. It's really nice to be able to have these really great tools. I built up my tool collection over time. It takes a while. They're expensive, some of them more than others, and and you know, they're kind of specialty tools, so it does take a while to build them up. But I've been at this for a while now, and I've got a really nice tool collection going, and it's great to be able to use it. In fact, it's one of my favorite things about the hobby. Take a look at the movement inside. Looks pretty good. There's a little bit of concern from me because I mentioned, and you can see it still, that crown will not go down. It's lost the threading that attaches it to, well, we call it the crown tube, is the part that it attaches to, and it won't stay attached. And what that means is that moisture is free to enter this watch. Now, as long as you don't submerge it or do any crazy, it's unlikely that a lot of moisture will get in. But given that it's just open to the elements, moisture still will get in, and dust and debris and stuff like that. And so that's my concern with this watch is, has there been significant moisture ingress that we can actually see? Let's take a look at the dial and hands and stuff. I can take off the hands now. And yeah, we're going to need the crown on this. Oh yeah, do you see those spots on there? Those are actually due to moisture. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. The good news is it doesn't look like, at least at first glance, that the movement has any obvious signs of rust or excess moisture in there, so that would be really good. Because we can deal with the hands, but the movement, you know, we're talking about replacing parts at some point there. I can take off the dial. This does have a date function. This is the date just. Rolex has two watches. They look pretty similar to each other. This is the date just, and then they have one called the day date. That one's also known as the president or the presidential. That one also has the day of the week along the top, but the real differentiating factor for that one is that it only comes in precious metals. It only comes in gold, both rose and yellow gold, and then it also comes in white gold, and then I think they make a platinum one or something too. But Datejust, they come in steel. This one is a stainless steel case, and then it also has gold, like the bezel's made out of gold, because this is a two-tone model. All right, we can finish removing the calendar works as well as the cannon pinion. We're going to do all of it though. I'm determined to get this watch not only running well, but looking really good and ready. You know, I really love the fact that Corey's grandpa wore this. It very much is something that reminds Corey of grandpa. He can see this watch. He literally teethed on it. I mean, that is crazy, right? And now he's grown up, and you know, he's ready to wear this thing. And I want Corey to be able to put this watch on and know that it's going to be good to go. And there's no reason that can't happen with this type of watch. These are very tough watches. In many ways, this is like the perfect watch for how it seemed like his grandfather was. You know, hard-working person who, as he put it, you know, lived life hard and full of laughter. And this is a perfect everyday watch for somebody like that. So what we're going to do, okay, good. Almost a rough start there. This is a little tension spring that's held down, that holds down the second hand pinion, which is right there, and it jumped on me. What was I saying? What we're going to do today is we are going to completely disassemble every aspect of this watch, the entire movement. We're going to take apart the case, the crystal, the winding stem from the crown, all of it, and we're going to determine what needs to be replaced or restored, what needs to be serviced, and then we're going to put it all back together, and hopefully we'll have a really great watch at the end of it. So sit back and relax, because that's the journey we're going on. Yeah, disassembling these Rolexes is a real pleasure. It's always interesting. I like to remind people that, you know, these watches were much more made for kind of a working person when they were made like here in the 60s, rather than, you know, they're viewed more like as a status symbol now or something fancy. And yes, they were a very nice, high quality watch back then as well, but that's kind of all they were. You know, they didn't cost as much as they cost now, even if you adjust for inflation over time. They still were more affordable to people than they were, such that, you know, a working person, right? Somebody who's a mud engineer could save up and go get one of these things and wear it every single day with pride, right? And that is really what Rolex was all about back then. It's a little different now. There's still some aspects of that, I think, but there's also a higher end exclusivity associated with them that they didn't have before. And this is a really good example of a watch just like that. I was talking about the tools before, and you know, how much I love using them and maintaining and getting them. It's just a real pleasure to be able to use, you know, high quality tools, really with whatever type of work you're doing. And that was part of the reason why I started a website with my friend Alex. It's called Sutcliffe Hansen, and it's actually for watch repair tools like this for beginners. So for people that, you know, maybe watch my videos and have asked me, hey, how do I get into this? This hobby looks really cool. You realize very quickly that it's very daunting at the beginning about which tools you're supposed to get. And so I actually put together toolkits using what I think are the best ones as far as a price to quality compromise to start off with. And you even get, with some of our kits, you get like a movement to practice on, like not a particularly expensive movement to practice on, so you can kind of dip your toe in the pool before you start doing stuff like this, you know, because you want to learn what you're doing. We even have online classes on there from our friend Mark Lovick over from Watch Fix. He has the watch repair channel here on YouTube, and you can buy the classes there, so you can kind of get all set up to dive into the hobby. I'll put a link down below. Again, it's sutcliffehansen.com if you're interested in that, or if you know something. This is called the keyless works, this part of the watch. I remember it was a bit of a mystery to me. I knew how to work on it, but I didn't know how it worked actually until I got a microscope. And once I finally decided that I would try out using a microscope to work on a watch, which I do, you'll see, you know, sometimes like when I work on the jewels and certain things, I'll put it under the microscope. When I first got it, I went in there and looked to try to see what I could see about the keyless works, and it really kind of put it together for me. This is also the part of the watch that's the closest to the crown and stem. And as you can see, there actually is a little bit of rust staining there right on that part. It's not too bad, but there is some, and again, that's because that crown was no longer able to grab on to the case tube and create that watertight seal. And I'll tell you that's a warning. If you have a watch, particularly a nice one like this, and the crown won't stay down, you should not continue to wear that watch until you get that repaired, because you are definitely at risk of letting in more water than this watch had come in, I'll say. And if you do that, now you're looking at a pretty big bill, talking about replacing movement parts or, doing de-rusting of some sort. It can get pretty nasty pretty quick. And in a worst case scenario, if you do get caught in a rainstorm or your wrist gets, near too much water, it can flood the whole movement with water. And that can get on the dial, the hands, like parts that you actually see, and they're very difficult to fix, and then you're in a real pickle. So be careful with that. If the crown won't stay down, your watch is not waterproof anymore. Not even close. All right, here's the automatic winding works. And again, I can see, do you see all that, the kind of staining that's on there? That is also a result of water. Again, not water, but moisture coming in. And since this is also exposed on the back, this is a place where that moisture can come. There's a little tiny retaining C-clip that goes over the winding rotor here, and so I need to remove it. I use the Rodico just to make sure it doesn't fly away. Remove that. I use the Rodico just to make sure it doesn't fly away. interesting. Take a look. Do you see that green? Yeah. See, that's like it's not rust, but it's like a buildup because of moisture. Probably need to deal with that as well. The good news is it doesn't look like too much got in. It was more like maybe humidity that had entered the watch over a long period of time rather than like a flood of water, and that is generally less damaging. How does the mainspring look? Actually looks okay. The barrel is sealed off, so it's pretty difficult for water or anything like that to get in, but as you can see, grime can easily form on the inside of that barrel. That's very common, in fact. Here's the case back. Let's take off the gasket that goes around the back, and look at that, it already broke. These gaskets, over a long period of time, they turn into something that feels more like a plastic rather than a pliable rubber. And that means that it is no longer able to do its job of sealing off the case back. This probably was still doing the job because it was more or less adhered. Watch. Yeah, it just snaps so easily. Because it was probably adhered to the inside of the case back and the case. But once I opened it, it would no longer be able to do its job anymore. Okay, now what I can do, I can put all of the parts of the watch into a tray or into the watch cleaning machine basket, depending. I already have a project in the watch cleaning machine right now, so I'm just going to put everything in this parts tray. This helps keep things organized and also dust free, and until I can put it into the watch cleaning machine. This tool is a bezel removal tool. This will allow me to remove the gold bezel that goes around the outside of the front of the case, and it uses these 4 jaws that come in, and they come in simultaneously so that there's no wrenching on one side of the bezel and perhaps bending it or deforming it or damaging it. So let's take this off. This bezel is decorative, it's machined, and it's still a little bit stuck on, so I'm just going to use a case knife to pry it the rest of the way off. It is made out of gold, so you got to be careful with it. And it goes around the outside of the acrylic crystal, and it actually pinches down on the outside of the crystal and allows it to even be more watertight. As you can see, there's a good buildup of grime. This is very normal on a watch like this, particularly one that's been well worn. And there's a bunch of it underneath there too. Now the crystal should just pop out, and it does. It is in very, very rough shape. I will be leaning towards replacing that crystal. I technically can refurbish a crystal, but once too much of it's been worn off, it has almost like a wavy texture to it, and that's no good. And it's much better just to replace it with a new one. Okay, now we can put all the parts into the watch cleaning machine. This is a 3-part process. This is a cleaner up front and then 2 rinses, and then there's actually a 4th part of the process, which is drying, and it will clean and dry all of the movement parts basically perfectly. While that is being done, I did want to say thank you to each and every person who supports me on Patreon. It's patreon.com/wristwatchrevival if you'd like to support me. Patreon is just a place you can go to support your favorite content creators. It helps people like me continue to make the content that we make. And I really, really appreciate everybody who takes the time to support me over there. Again, there's a link down below to it, and if you sign up, you get a Wristwatch Revival sticker and a thank you card in the mail for doing so, as well as access to some cool perks like the videos a little bit early and uncut versions and stuff like that. Anyway, thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Okay, next step is to put everything into the ultrasonic cleaner. This is a special machine that if you put a liquid in it, usually it's water, maybe it'll have some detergent. This has like a kind of a clinical grade detergent called Liquinox that Alex over at Watch Repair Tutorials here on YouTube recommended, and I've found it to be very good. And basically it sends ultrasonic waves through the liquid, which then apparently they form these little things called cavitation bubbles on the surface of the material that's inside. And it forces any little debris or anything that's on it to come off. And as you can see, once we're done, everything looks nice and sparkly and beautiful. Well, almost everything. Taking a look at the hands on the microscope, you can see that the loom is completely toast. It's turned black, and there's even holes in it where it's deteriorated. This is the back of the hand. The hands themselves don't look like they're in very good shape either. There's some type of water staining on them, and that may need to be addressed as well. So yeah, that's another thing that we're going to need to do. But first things first, let's take a look at this case. I need to take out the case tube, replace it, and replace the crown. So do you see the splines on this special tool? Are you getting the vibe here? Special tools everywhere, right? That's part of the joy of this hobby. The problem is that these splines are meant to interact with a special type of crown that Rolex uses, and this watch doesn't have that. In fact, there's no splines in there, so I need to find another way to get this crown tube off of there, and I found a really cool way to do it. So I can use a lighter here to break up any adhesive and just to potentially loosen it up. I only need it to the flame for just a few seconds on there. But this tool is called an Easy Out, and it's actually made to remove screws that have been stripped or are stuck. So when you turn this the way to undo it like this, it actually grabs onto the inside of the case tube, and theoretically it should come right out. And look at that. Normally you have to use like a graver or some type of sharp piece of metal that you can jam in there to take it out, and it's really hard. Like seriously, it's a major chore, and it does. This actually preserves the part a little bit, but it doesn't matter because that part's not going to be used again anyway because it's no longer functional. It doesn't have threads on it anymore. So I actually found an actual Rolex one. This is rare. Normally you have to get replacement parts that aren't genuine Rolex for something like this because these are just so hard to find. They're also very expensive when you do find one, but I did find one. And so we're going to go ahead and use the original part, or an unoriginal part here. A little bit of isopropyl alcohol and a swab just to make sure that there's no leftover adhesive or anything. People will typically use Loctite on these. Oh, do you see those splines? That's what actually interacts with the special tool I have right here. That's what the original one was supposed to look like, right? That's how it was supposed to go. And you can see it interacts with those splines and gives you something to grab. It's nice and strong. So I am going to use just a little bit of Loctite on the threads here. Okay, that's a little bit too much. You don't need that much. It doesn't hurt anything, but I'm just going to use a piece of pegwood to reduce the amount a little bit. This is the type of Loctite that will help keep this part intact without kind of permanently gluing it in place. You use the lighter Loctite for this. You don't need it to be completely adhered in place. You just want it to kind of fill in the nooks and crannies. And as you can see, I can use this tool now to securely put the new case tube in the place that I have to say. Very satisfying. Okay, so with that done, I can also replace, because we're here and it's got a brand new one, the gasket that goes inside of that case tube. These Rolexes use a few different ways to prevent moisture from coming in, and this is one of them. They use a gasket on the inside of the case tube. There's also a gasket on the inside of the crown, and then there's a gasket on the case back, like we saw that one that had more or less failed. This is a crown, and if you look inside, you can see the gasket in there. And I actually, do you know what this is? Hopefully this doesn't give you anxiety. This is the thing they use at the dentist, you know, to like scrape your teeth or whatever. And I bought one. It turns out you could just buy them on eBay, and I modified the tip of this thing so that I can use it to dig out these gaskets because they get kind of stuck in there and it's really difficult to get in there and remove them. So I found this, it's really nice. It was like 30 bucks. And again, I'm a tool junkie, okay? Like I love tools. This is just another one of that, of evidence of that. But yeah, this is like literally one of those things that they use at the dentist, and it works pretty dang well for taking out the gasket. I think I got a winner here. Kind of weird, but it did work. Anyway, and then this is a brand new gasket that I can put into here. And again, these two gaskets will work in conjunction to make sure that no water can get in. Now, this is the old crown. I just put the gasket in the new crown that I had bought. And by the way, when I say new crown, it is a used new crown. It's in really good condition, but it is not a brand new crown. I didn't even know where I would find one of those if I was even so lucky, and I don't think I could afford it if I did. They are very, very expensive. But what it means is I do need to reuse the stem here. So I'm going to use my pin vise to take out the old stem from the old crown. I'll clean it up a little bit with some Rodico. That's that kind of silly bunny stuff. And once again, a little tiny bit of Loctite to make sure that it stays in place. All you have to do is just kind of get some on the tip of this winding stem, and then you can just screw it firmly in place with your hand. And it, again, as I mentioned, this is going into the new crown that I got. There we go. Just like that. So now, new case tube, new crown, and new gaskets. So that should solve that particular problem. Now we can take a look at the crystal. Now I found this crystal at a watch materials website. It is not a genuine Rolex crystal. Again, those are more or less impossible to find, and they're ludicrously expensive if you do. Like, I would assume a crystal like that would be about $500 for a piece of plastic, by the way. They're made of acrylic. So, and you can't find them anyway, even if you wanted to spend that kind of money. So instead, I usually go for these high quality replacement crystals. Now, the way this works is I have to use my press here to push the bezel around the outside edge of the crystal, though it does seem to be a particularly tight fit on this one. Ooh, that didn't sound good, actually. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. And normally that should just slide on much more easily than it just did, and it feels like maybe it even broke. Wow, it totally broke. Huh. So I guess that means that this is the wrong crystal, or I got a bad one or something. So I ordered up another one from a different website, and we're going to try this. I'm going to make sure, though, that this actually kind of fits over the edge. It's a little bit tight, but that's a little bit better of a fit than that original one. So let's give this another shot. You know, these crystals have that little magnifier for the day. That's called the Cyclops. Yeah, that does feel like it has a little bit more wiggle room. So let's give it another try, and we should see that bezel snugly fit over the outside of the crystal here without breaking it. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to see when I put on the other, but it never even got that low. Yeah, that's much better. So this one seems to have fit well. And you know, that does happen sometimes, that you order a part and it's just not quite right for some reason, particularly if you're going with aftermarket parts, which again, you're kind of forced to do in a lot of scenarios, especially with crystals. All right, I'm happy with how that turned out. New crown tube, new crown, new crystal, and all the gaskets ready to go, which means we can turn our attention to movement. Now, to start things off, I want to assemble the mainspring barrel. But in order to do that, I do need to use some braking grease on the inside wall of the mainspring here, of the barrel, I mean. And that's because this is an automatic watch, and the outside edge of that spring will slide around the inside of that barrel, and you want to make sure that there's some type of grease there so it's not just metal to metal. Now I'm going to be replacing the mainspring on this watch, and that means that instead of using my mainspring winders, I can just use this little metal disc to insert the mainspring in, and you just simply press it into place, and boom, that's it. That's the whole operation. It's really nice. You know, I do love using the mainspring winders. I've used them many times on the channel. If you watch my videos, you'll know what I'm talking about. But if you are new to the hobby, or if you're just starting out, it's totally fine to just replace the mainspring every time, and then you could do it how I just did it, and you don't have to mess around with the mainspring winders, which are expensive and kind of difficult to use. This little tool here just helps you snap the case, or the lid onto the barrel. You could use your tweezers to do it too, you don't need it. But I mean, I picked up that thing for, it was cheap, it was on eBay for $15 or something like that, and it's worth this is the setting lever screw. This is the one that gets you when you're new because it actually goes on this side of the movement, the side with all of the, you know, the train of wheels and barrel and everything, even though the thing that it screws down onto is on the other side of the movement. But the thing that gets people is that it goes underneath this part right here. It sits under the barrel bridge, and you can't put it on if the barrel bridge is already on, so you need to remember to put that on before you put the barrel bridge, or you'll have to go back and undo it all, and then just to put in that thing. And it happens a couple of times, and you go, okay, I'm not going to forget that one. Okay. Now I'm going to take apart the click here. I left it in situ for the cleaning process, just because it is still able to be nicely cleaned in there, and that way it's kind of one less thing to lose. The parts are very, very small, particularly this part right here. That's the click spring, and it makes it a little bit easier to just leave it in place. But I do need to lubricate under here, so I'm going to use some medium viscosity oil. This is the HP 1300 oil. For the most part, if you watch, you'll see that I use 3 main types of oils, and you can think of them in terms of kind of like t-shirt sizes, like small, medium, and large. The small would be like the lightest viscosity oil for applications in the watch that are very low friction, and the medium is this one, that red oil, again, that HP 1300, and that's for medium, and then the blue stuff is the grease, and that's the large, if you will, and that's for like the metal on metal under tension type of stuff. We've actually got a toolkit up on Cyclotansin that is just the oils. It comes with the oiler that you need, and then the oils, and then a little cup that you can put them in if you don't have one of those yet. There's so many different oils out there. You need a few more than that as well. It's not just those ones, but those are the main ones. This one's called the center wheel. And as you can see, the middle of it is hollow, and it actually will hold another pinion, another pivot that goes all the way through to the other side, and that's the one that the second stand will sit on. But we don't need to install that just yet. And this is called the train wheel bridge. As you can see, it has 4, it technically has 5, but the 5th isn't used just yet. It has 4 jewel tops there. The 5th one that you see over on the left, that one actually engages with the automatic work, so it doesn't need to like line up with anything at this point. But the other 4 do, including all these wheels. And you see how that escape wheel kind of dances around? That's because, because it wasn't engaged until now, where you can see that it's spinning freely. And that's just a hallmark of these Rolex movements. They really were designed to be serviced, to be worked on. And there's all these little things that they do that shows you that they really care about the watch repair in mind. That they said, hey, when we build these, we want these things to be serviceable, and it's very much appreciated. Okay, here's the sliding clutch, and this will take, or the clutch wheel, excuse me, and this will take a little bit of the 9501 grease that I had mentioned before. This is the large. And that's because these are full-on metal, and they're held under the tension of a spring as well. So, you know, these really do require a good amount of lubrication. Okay. Now I can put in the new crown with the old winding stem. I didn't see anything wrong with it, so Repurposing it seems fine. Again, blue grease going on here. Now I can carefully install it into the movement. Little bit of our lightest viscosity oil on this side because that one jewel is about to get covered up by a wheel. So this is kind of my last chance to oil that. A little bit of blue grease on the bottom of the center wheel, and this is where the cannon pinion will snap into place. Just like that. That's another very high friction part. And this post just holds an intermediate wheel. It just sits here between the sliding clutch and the minute wheel, as it turns out. I'm not going to install that quite yet. And this finally is the setting lever. This is the part that screw that I put on that I talked about screws into. That screw's just been sort of sitting there this whole time. And in order to actually screw it down, I usually have to remove the movement from the movement holder and kind of hold that in place while I get it screwed down. This is called the yoke, or some people call it the return bar. There are multiple names for basically all watch parts. I think it just kind of depends on who taught you or where you learned what you call it. I call it whatever Mark Levitt called it because I took his classes and watched basically every single video on his YouTube channel. I really feel like I owe Mark a lot. He inspired me to actually try this hobby. You know, I've always been interested in stuff like this, but I'll be honest, I didn't even think you could do it. Like, I just thought that this was like the realm of magicians or something. You know, I did not think that that a hobbyist could try stuff like this. And you know, by watching his videos, I started to get more comfortable with the different parts of the watch, and I started to get more interested in the history and kind of the meaning behind these watches. And I found myself in a position where I, you know, had been working on cars quite a bit with my dad, but he passed away and I moved to an apartment, and I don't have a garage and stuff. And you know, a lot of the stuff I do is stuff like making these videos for you where it's kind of on a computer. I love that. I love computers. I love making stuff. So it wasn't so bad, except for that I did miss working with my hands. You know, I miss working with metal or, you know, woodworking or helping my dad with stuff around the house, stuff like that. And this really filled that role for me, you know, because I can have most of the tools that I use to do this hobby fit in like a shoebox. I mean, they're small. Even the tools that look big aren't that big. And it means that I can take them out, put them on my desk, which is where I'm working, by the way, right now. Like, this is just my computer desk. I don't have, like, you know, some crazy dedicated anything. I just take the stuff out when I want to work on watches. That it would be possible to do that. I was wrong. It really is. It's hard. You know, this is one of those crazy hobbies, you know, that it kind of never ends. You know, you can always get better at something. There's always some project or tool that you've never done or that you're aspiring for, but that's what I like about it. There's always something interesting to learn. There's always a new technique that, you know, you could improve at. And I just needed that inspiration. All right, here's the ratchet wheel going into place. You can tell that it has a square hole in the middle, and that engages with the square top of the barrel arbor, actually, the little part we put into the mainspring barrel quite a while ago. And this screw kind of squishes them together so that when one turns, so does the other. And the way it actually works is this ratchet wheel is what gets turned when you turn the crown. It's also what gets turned by the automatic winding works. And then that turns the barrel inside, which pulls the mainspring toward it. And the mainspring desperately wants to unwind. And that's what you're actually trying to control when you design and build a watch. The very carefully regulated unwinding of a coiled piece of metal. And somehow human beings have been able to figure out how to time that such that it can keep astonishingly accurate time, given the technologies here. This is just a solvent that I'm putting both the pallet fork and the balance into, just to make sure that everything's as clean as possible, particularly the pallet stones and particularly the hairspring. That's that blue spring that you see in the middle there. Any type of contamination on there can really screw stuff up. So just making sure that it's in really good clean shape can go a long way. Now I can put in the pallet fork and the pallet fork bridge that holds it down. As you can see, there's a jewel on the top and the bottom of that. This is a sensitive operation. The pallet fork has pivots on the top and bottom. Think of them kind of like axles. They're very, very thin. So you've got to be really careful to not tighten down anything until you know for sure that they're engaged properly with the jewels on the top and bottom. That's why you'll see people, kind of go back and forth with the pallet like I did to make sure that it's properly engaged. And then after putting a little bit of a wind in, you can also make sure that it's, yes, engaging with the escape wheel properly. Okay, now we can put the balance in, and let's see if this thing will spring back to life. It dang well better, because it was running before. Okay, there it goes. Oh, yeah, no, it's going. The balance just has to have kind of everything line up in order for the watch to run again, but it means we're on the right track, and I like to see it.
His girlfriend cheated on him. Bullies humiliated him. But he held on to his mother's promise.
Hey, Chopper, good day, mate. Did I get the accent right? Yeah, if you is, the peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Alright, recently, hungry, sustenance. Foil. Foil. That's it. Yes. A little bit. Okay. That's crazy. Chicken. And the big one. Just a big one. What did I forget to do? He got 2 live streams. Yes, 2 different angles. I would put one in the truck, but I don't know if y'all want to just look at me. I don't think that's... There's more going on outside. I guess not really right now. You want me to turn the camera around? If someone tells me, I will. If not, it stays where it's at. Sure did drop.
7 feet tall, face like someone carved a gargoyle out of beef jerky. I do remember. Arnie, right? How are the kids?
Great, thanks. Julie just got into Yale. So, look, there's a big-ass bounty on that necklace of yours. I was thinking, you and me bring it in together, huh? Yeah, split the dough. 50-50.
That's a better offer than someone made. But it's gonna be hard now.
Worth a shot. Sorry about the place. No hard feelings. Guy would get at least a hit in or something. Man, these dudes give low-life hired killers a bad name.
I don't know who they dealing with.
Your daughters? I'm all they got, you know? So when I went to sign up for the army because there was no other option, and this recruiter comes up to me saying, I can join the important fight right here from home. He left out the demons from Hell Park, though. Kind of wish he led with the demons from Hell Park. My answer.
It's time.
I'm going in.
Copy that, Lieutenant? You sure you don't need any help? Just get the truck warmed up.
Actually kind of close.
Closer than you think.
Of course, the goon squad was a misdirect.
Who was that chick? What a woman!
I don't care who she is. I made a promise. And I'm going to keep it.
So, who here is looking for representation?
You fighting and wondered, what the fuck kind of person can just shake off bullets like that?
Yeah, really, really awesome one?
Or not a person at all. That was an anti-demon round I hit you with. Which means, no matter how good you might be at hiding it, you're a demon.
Ripped and irresistible dreamboat, I know. You still can't just tear a guy's clothes off.
You're not demon, but you're blood. I've heard it was possible. I never thought I'd see one, though. You're a hybrid. Part human, part demon.
Wait, you think I'm part demon?
You are. And I've got the one weapon on Earth.
demon? If you knew how many of those things I've killed, you'd know how crazy you sound.
Demons kill their own all the time. Death and destruction is the core of your nature.
Trust me, I know all about demons' nature. I'm not one of them.
How else can you explain what you're capable of? You even fight like they do. Unholy strength but no intelligence, no strategy.
I don't know. Seems like I managed to catch you. Since we're getting so personal. What does everyone want with my mom's necklace?
You don't even know what this really is, do you?
Then it's mine!
All yours, Hellblood. Usually we don't bother taking members of your species prisoner. We do have the tech for it. Under special circumstances. Insurance. Just in case you manage to get out of the truck.
What truck?
Who caught who now, motherfucker?
About to get a copyright strike. Paul, mute this shit.
Have to
like to do is manually clean it with the tip of a little bit of pegwood, and then re-put it back into the solvent, and that will fully dissolve the rest of any debris or anything that might still be left on there. It does have a dome side and a flat side, so you do have to be careful. Now I can put just a droplet of the... Oof, that was a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm going to restart. It's okay to just redo it if you screw it up. You want a little bit of oil, but you want it kind of in the middle of the jewel and not too much, and that was too much. It would basically flood out the sides if I did that much. So I'm going to go ahead and try it again. There, that's much better. And now I can take the whole jewel and I can carefully place it back on top, or this is actually the bottom of that jewel. And what it'll do is it'll kind of grab on because of the liquid. The capillary action will kind of suction it onto there, and that will make it ready to put back into the watch. And again, this is just the bottom of the balance, but both the top and bottom need this treatment because this is what really frees up that balance wheel to ride freely. There's oil that's suspended right there on the pivot, and that pivot rests on the cap jewel, meaning that it's only the tip of that pivot that's keeping it from having any type of friction, and that means that it can spin very freely. Now this is actually also a shock protected jewel with a cap jewel, though this one is actually on the escape wheel. So Rolexes and some other models kind of go the extra mile because this is the second most likely thing to break if you were to drop your watch. The balance is by far the most, but this one is also at some amount of risk. And again, you see that gunk in the middle of it? Yeah, that's old oil that has been dried up on there. The person who serviced this the last time it was serviced did do a pretty good job, but it was a really long time ago. And that oil is long gone. That is, of course, meant to be in liquid form still. So once it's dried up, it actually kind of acts against its original stated mission. And take a look how clean that is now. See that? It looks like a mirror. That's what you're looking for.
Yes, sir. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit ready. New construction.
And once again, same process here, just a little drop of oil. There we go. Now this one doesn't have that whole jewel, so I just have to carefully try to place it back in. There's also another way that you can do this, where you can put the jewel in dry, and then you can use what's called an automatic oiler to oil it from the bottom, but I prefer this method. And you can see the there in the middle of the jewel, so that's what we're looking for. And then I can put the shock protection system back into place. Now let's put it on the time grapher and see how it's doing. Ooh, look at that amplitude, way up, 260 from 140 or whatever, but it's still running 17 seconds a day fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let all the power out of the mainspring so that I can stop the balance wheel from moving, because on a Rolex you need a special tool just to adjust the timing. And that's this tool that I have in my hand here. It's called a microstella tool. And if you look closely at the end of the arm, it has that sort of star-shaped opening. And there's these screws on the edge of the balance wheel that are exactly that shape. And these are weighted screws that when you screw them a certain amount per turn, it will slow down or speed up how quickly that wheel goes back and forth. And that's because the weight is either closer or further from the center of that wheel. And the best way to describe this is if you think of like a figure skater, where when they pull their arms in, they spin very quickly, but when their arms are out, they spin slowly. So you can move them in to speed it up. Wow, I got it really close on that first try. We're at +2 seconds a day, but it looks like the beat error is still not quite where I want it to be. So in order to adjust that on a Rolex, you just have to loosen this screw, and then you can just bump this little arm and
Hello? Hello? Oh, Yeah, when I get there. I don't know. It's probably going to be around 4-ish. Yeah, you can stay with me. You can stay with your pappy boy. Yeah. Today, tomorrow. Yeah, after that you gotta go to school. Look, I'll be there to get you around 4, okay? Alright. If I get there earlier, I'll call you. Love you. Brave and strong. Focus goals. I am. I become. All right, my guy. See you in a little bit. Bye.
The beat error is as close to 0 as you can get it. And take a look at where we end up. 0 seconds a day, 0 beat error, and 254 degrees of amplitude. Fantastic result for that movement, and it's just a testament to how good Rolex makes their stuff. Okay, so what I want to do here is, you can see there's kind of some major staining on these hands. So I'm going to use this little pen tool. It has a little bit of leather on the end. And it's I guess you would call it like a mild abrasive. It's mainly good at just kind of removing, major stains from it, but not actually scraping on it, if you will. And I am going to re-lube these hands. I talked to Corey, and this type of loom, it doesn't look good. It doesn't perform anymore. And it's starting to fall out. And when loom falls out of a hand, it goes onto the dial. Well, then it has to go somewhere. And it can make its way around the dial and into the movement, and that's messy. So I told him, you know what, I think it's time, if you're going to be wearing this watch for the long term, that we need to re-lube these hands. And so that's what I'm going to do. Now, in order to do that, I need to remove the old loom. That's what I'm doing here. And basically, it's, just kind of suspended between the two halves of this hand, and I just need to kind of scrape it out of there. And then what I can do is I can put the hands into like a little basket like this, and I can put them into the ultrasonic cleaner, and that will clear off any remaining loom that may still be hanging on to the nooks and crannies of it. Now, while that's getting cleaned up, let's take a quick look at the dial. And do you see the color of the little dots of loom around the outside? That is what we want it to look like, the loom on the hands. We ideally want it to match as close as we can get. And so I've got a little loom kit that I've put together here. You can see the hands. Those are all the looms that I have, and I did them on hands so that I could see what it actually looks like as a reference. And this is the one I'm going to use. This is there's a guy that makes these kits, Noctilumina is what, oop, I spilled some. And they're just, you can pick what you want. There's some of them that are glow in the dark, like these ones, which is kind of the point, but some of them aren't, and you can kind of pick the color that you want. And then what you do is you take the loom powder here and you mix it with what's called a binder. This is just a clear liquid that will dry into something that's hard so that it'll hold the little dots of the loom. And that will get you, well, hopefully as close as you can possibly get to the color that you actually want to match up. And so what you do is you mix these two things together until they're thoroughly mixed together. And then you have, well, it's kind of somewhere between a liquid and a paste is what you're ideally.
Please give me some food, Mother. I'm hungry. My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. Stop.
Well, it's kind of somewhere between a liquid and a paste is what you're ideally going for. Yeah, it should look about like that. So now what I can do is I can take some Rodico and I can make a little bridge. And this is where I can put the hands so that there's nothing touching that inner gap, right? Because that's the part that is where the loom is going to go, and it kind of needs to be suspended in there. And the problem is that if anything touches that, then the loom will, as a liquid, it will run out into that. So you kind of just need to get like a nice flat surface. You can use a number of different things for this. A little spike will hold the hands as well, and that works too. But I like using the Rodico because it holds them steady. And then there's a little bit of an art form to this. Basically, you want to drag it across the back. This is the bottom of the hand. And you kind of want that luminous material to kind of fill in that gap with a combination of it being a liquid, but also being enough so that it doesn't run out onto the front of the hand where it can get kind of on the edges. So that's the balance that you're going for. And I know it looks like there's kind of a lot of that is liquid and that is meant to be evaporated off and dry, and it'll be much thinner by the time it actually dries up. So a little bit of loom here on both the hour and minute hands to hopefully get it close to looking right on that dial. I'm not going to be restoring these hands, mainly because it feels like they more or less match the hour markers, and I wouldn't want like super shiny kind of perfect hands to be contrasted against hour markers that are also a little bit tarnished from the water. Now I'm just gonna, I feel like there's still just a little bit too much on here, so I'm using, this is actually an oiler. This is just an oiler that I'm using to put this on, to just spread it thin and even, and maybe even take off a little bit. So now I can just let them dry. I usually let them dry for about a day. That's about enough time. And when we come back, let's take a look at how they turned out. Hey, that's pretty good actually. Yeah, I like that color. As you can see, it really kind of blends in with the hand itself, and yes, they do. Oh wow, I got powder everywhere. That's funny. I did not realize it went everywhere. But as you can see, the glow-in-the-dark part does work quite well on those as well. So we will regain that functionality in addition to the look. So I'm going to set these hands aside for now. And we can take a look at the bottom of this rotor. Remember how it has this green corrosion on the bottom? I do want to take care of that because that's not normal, and it does look like it is a result of the water, the moisture having gotten in there. So I'm just going to use some peg wood to clean this up. I just kind of cut it to size, and then a little bit of light metal polish. This is called Flitz. This stuff is like a non-abrasive metal polish, and just to kind of clean it up. You know, I want to make sure that none of that debris that formed on the bottom would ever come off and get into the movement or gum up the works or anything. Plus it doesn't look nice. And look at that, it actually came back really nice. So job done there. Now I can go about reassembling the automatic winding works. This is the post that spins that weighted rotor, and I can put it on the bottom of the automatic works. And then this is that little C-clip that I had talked about before, the one that I put the Rodico on so it wouldn't fly away. That goes on, and then there's this little gear that holds on. These are what are called reversing wheels. These allow the rotor to spin either direction, either counterclockwise or clockwise, and still wind the rotor. It's a very efficient way to do an automatic winding. If you wonder why they're purple, Rolex says they're coated in like a kind of Teflon material for less friction. I just think it looks cool. They don't use it on anything else, but it's kind of a hallmark of theirs, you know, to have the rotors be that color, that deep purple. course, be that color, that deep purple. Okay, so that's all done. Now we can go back over to the movement and continue the reassembly there, because we can wait for the automatic works for a little bit. And I can put on the hour wheel, which has this extra little part on it for the calendar works, which we'll also need to reassemble. This arm is a really interesting one. On the bottom, it has this little post, and there's a little jewel that goes on it. It's called a donut jewel, because it looks like one. And it goes right over that little post, and that's actually what pushes up against the calendar mechanism. But it's jeweled so that it will be smooth and last for a very, very, very long time. So this is a calendar wheel. This is the thing that actually pushes the date disc around when it's time to do so. But it's held under a very strong tensioner spring, and I have to hold it aside while I kind of line everything up. It's a bit of an operation. But I think we've got it. This little cap goes on top of the calendar wheel, but it notably has 3 stripes on the top. And if you've seen that before, it means that that part is reverse threaded. And that means that it needs to be put in place by screwing it left to screw it down. And this is the calendar jumper spring. This also allows you to adjust the tension on the calendar a little bit.
One for you, 2 for me. Hot Cheetos are red, Bud Lights are blue. I need to check on my blood sugar, fool.
Now that's the torta addiction.
So are you single? Do you believe you're single? Or is there anyone out there that believes they're in a relationship with you?
I'm single. I am single. I do have a rotation, but I'm not doing nothing with everybody, if that's what you're trying to get at. But
I need my man to be my man, and crazy about me and only me. So when you talk to me, you drop everybody else.
Now you got to be the biggest fool if you think I'ma drop Brenda, Letitia, Linda, Felicia, Dawn, LaShawn, Inez, and Alicia just for you. Now I can see if we are being exclusive and if we start going steady and making this thing real, then yeah, I got to X them out. But you saying just for me to get to know you, I gotta drop Brenda, Letitia, Linda, Felicia, Dawn, LaShawn, Inez, and Alicia? What?
I know, my brother. It's absolutely absurd.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Which way is Nordstrom?
Back that way.
Oh, dang, okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in real life, but I guess perfection does exist.
I gotta drop Brenda, Letitia, Linda, Felicia, Dawn, LaShawn, Inez, and Alicia? What?
I know, my brother. It's absolutely absurd.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Which way is Nordstrom?
Back that way.
Oh, dang, okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in real life, but I guess perfection does exist.
Where have you been all my life?
when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all. Together if the sky falls, when it crumbles, we will stand tall.
That was crazy. Stupid enough to drive straight into a car, smart enough not to die.
How was that work? How was that work?